treat the seeds or other part of the plant to induce mutation. There's nothing really with risk. So that's the last question from you. So it's a quite common question, but in fact, this session, somehow to really increase the awareness of nuclear techniques. How can we peacefully use nuclear techniques in food and agriculture? So yes, that's my comments and my answer to your last question. So in terms of the cost, the efficiency of this mutation breeding, it's really costly effective, because we just use just as mentioned by Angelica. So our lab, in fact, we do have standard process to support because it doesn't mean in many of the member countries, in fact, they don't have any facility to treat the seeds. But we, in our laboratory, so you can send, the member countries can send the seeds to us, to our laboratory. So we will have, because we have the standard process, for example, up to the crops, the size of the seeds and so on. So we do have a standard procedure, to treat the seeds, and then we send them back. So you can do the screening, so that you can, based on the targeting trees in your country, and then to select and develop the new varieties. So that's I think the second question. And another one.
Okay, look for placing cells in the lab. But down to the field, how do we get onto the field if that's the application you're looking at?
Yeah, so in fact, I'll give the floor to you probably. Doesn't.
Our role as researchers, for application-wise, we're still at a very primitive stage, and we haven't, we haven't reached the stage where we put it out in the field and actually see if it works. We don't know if it works. These are very new varieties to us. We don't know if our environment and our, conditions will accept it. So maybe I will probably be able to answer, later in the next time, in the next life, if this experiment works, and probably Dr. Fang will be able to give you a better answer. So in addition, commercial-wise, so farmers back home, they want to grow as many bananas as they want. The problem that they have is the diseases that it's actually limiting, production. And so our role as researchers is to try and, produce new varieties that are resistant or tolerant to these diseases. And so this will be a good alternative for them, providing for them an option. And it will be up to them if they can produce it commercially or for local consumption. And, it's something that we cannot, control. Thank you.
Yeah, so let me just provide you some additional information. So in fact, I forgot to mention this during my presentation. In the Joint Center, in fact, we created already a database for mutation varieties. So in this database, we have already collected, how many of the new varieties, mutation varieties. We collected more than 3,400 varieties already, only mutation varieties. So it means many of our member countries have already worked perfectly using mutation breeding to develop new varieties. So that's really some information for you. Yes, please.
Of those mutations, have you been able to find varieties that had, or the
Yeah, it doesn't work.
have you been able to find of those, from those mutants,
Mhm.
that they had the characteristic for which you were selecting for? For instance, we are going to, she wants to select a banana variety
Mhm.
from this, or a mutant, which will be resistant
Mhm.
to the disease of the banana she's looking at. So do you have in your previous research in China or in Holland such success stories for which we can gain confidence?
Yeah, so very good question. In fact, I can really assure you, in fact, for many countries, they have already developed, as I said, we have already collected more than 3,400 varieties from different countries. Just take example from China as an example. In fact, more than 1,000 already. In fact, including different crops, including wheat, rice, or flowers and so on. So in fact, many countries have already have rich experience. Yeah, so my answer is really, I'm very confident to tell you. So using this mutation breeding, you can always find the interesting trees for you to develop. Okay, so thank you so very much. Yeah, the last question. Yeah, probably, yeah, because, yeah, please, ladies first.
To set up these laboratories in the countries, because every time they have to keep sending the seeds to you there. So is there any plan to have the laboratory set up in the countries?
Yeah, very good question. So in fact, just as I mentioned in my presentation, in fact, IAEA, through the Joint Center, in fact, we are doing research, but also we are doing capacity development and technology transfer. So we are using TCP's Technical Cooperation Project, the agency, IAEA, always through the TCPs, through Technical Cooperation Project, to provide the basic instrument or equipment to help our member countries to start the mutation breeding. So in this case, once your country join the IAEA TCPs, you will get opportunity to get support from the agency to support, to provide, for example, to have the instrument, the facilities to start the mutation breeding. For sure, you will, once you join the TCPs from the agency.
Just a single follow-up question, because this is a very common problem in all the Pacific Island countries. Once we train the staff, they migrate. So for how long do you want to keep training the staff? It should not be the case that we have the labs, but we do not have the people who know how to run it.
Yeah, so that's why, as I said, yeah. So in fact, I mean, of course, for example, that's another really good question. So, but we are keeping each year, we are keeping training course, either, for example, through group training, or we, in our laboratory, in fact, we host fellows, for example, PhD students or young scholars to work in our laboratory. So in this case, we keep capacity development for member countries. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, please.
Thank you. From Dongyu, fruit fly is a key pest for our export crops. How does a country initiate a research, joint research project with IAEA?
You mean you're talking about the insect pest control?
Insect pest.
Yeah. So what's your question? I'm sorry.
How does the Tonga would like to initiate a joint?
To collaborate with the Joint Center. Yeah, as I said, in fact, each year we, I mean, in terms of, I talked about the two wheels of the Joint Center. One is CRP, Coordinated Research Project. Another one is TCP, Technical Cooperation Project. So in fact, each year we really publicize the call for proposal for CRPs and TCPs. So once you get this call for proposal, you can really apply, and then you will join us. Okay, so for the, yeah, I don't know, we still have some time, but at the end, I will give the floor again. So based on this, let's just move to the second speaker is Orlando. So Orlando is from laboratory. No, what's so you're from the Laboratory Services, National Agriculture Quarantine and Inspection Authority from PNG. So the floor is yours, Orlando. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll be reading off my notes. Bola, and as we say in PNG, good day. Before I share my presentation, I'd like to just express my sincere gratitude to the government and the people of Fiji, to the FAO and IAA and the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to share the PNG experience, and at the same time learn from, get insights and knowledge and experiences from our other colleagues from other countries. Today I've been asked to talk about animal production and health. And because I'm from the Biosecurity Agency in PNG, my presentation will be slightly biased towards animal disease control initiatives in Papua New Guinea. So I'll start off with the challenges in animal production and health in Papua New Guinea. I might spend a bit of time on this slide just to provide some context to the challenges. So like many other countries, PNG also faces challenges with having adequate human, physical, and financial resources at its disposal. The legislation is mostly outdated, and new proposed bills that would align the veterinary services to compliance to international standards need to be enacted as soon as possible. There is also a need to prepare relevant policies, subsidiary legislation, and MOUs to strengthen regulatory authority and technical competence, which is important to define the governance structure and the coordination mechanism for implementation. The biosecurity policy, PNG biosecurity policy, which is a 10-year policy, is the official prerequisite document that allows for the introduction of the biosecurity bill and subsequent subsidiary legislation. A major impact on the veterinary services is the limited number of veterinarians, which poses challenges to the comprehensive veterinary supervision and oversight over the delivery of veterinary services in the country. In PNG, the veterinary paraprofessionals carry out almost all field activities, including disease investigation and inspection and management of animal production and food safety. While our paravets are highly competent, there is a need to develop core technical skills to effectively deliver animal health-related programs through a formal training program. So the formal training programs would include work experience placements, specific technical skills in areas of extension services, risk communication, disease surveillance, first-line outbreak investigation, animal welfare, principles and management of disease control, including emergency response, and the promotion of veterinary public health through improved controls of food safety and zoonosis. The maintenance of the regional biosecurity offices are crucial to maintaining presence, but also providing the regulatory control along and within the borders of PNG, which poses challenges to maintaining adequate physical resources at the regional level. NACA employs a number of veterinary paraprofessionals as senior animal health officers and animal health officers. These staff are competent, but as again, lack the core technical skills and ability to deliver effective programs, which is why a formal program for this work is required. Sorry. So just to provide the context or the basis for the animal health control initiatives or animal production initiatives that PNG has done. Sorry. To provide context and also to just describe the organization of the veterinary services in Papua New Guinea. So the Veterinary Authority of Papua New Guinea is NACEA, and it was legally established in 1997 through an act of parliament. NACEA is governed by a board of directors and has a managing director as the chief executive officer of the agency. And we have the secretary for the Department of Agriculture and Livestock who sits as the chairman on the board. The Office of the CVO is responsible for the veterinary services in Papua New Guinea and sits
solution. Yeah. And that's how Vicky's product was born. What began as a survival plan grew into a business that I have a lot of passion and confidence for. It's also very important to me because it brings me and my children together with the production and selling. Vicky's products offer two products, our unique coconut jam and Ceylon cinnamon powder. Sorry. Now for our coconut jam, this is where it all started. Back in 2019, I was looking for a way to make extra money, and I remember coconut jam my grandma made for us when I was very little girl. And this inspired me to turn this homemade jam into a high value commercial product because no one has done it before. It was never available in the market. Our coconut jam is unique, not only because of its delicious flavor, but also because it is all natural with no artificial inputs, unlike other imported jams, and with a shelf life of 12 months. Our next big idea was Ceylon cinnamon powder. This isn't your regular cinnamon. It has a unique, sweet, earthly kick to it. And during lockdown, when I couldn't make jam, I was walking around our land and I came across a tree with an amazing smell, very strong aroma, which turns out to be a Ceylon cinnamon verum plant. The real deal, super healthy, and the most valuable types of cinnamon in the world. It has a lot of health benefits. Now, as the first producer of Ceylon cinnamon in Samoa, we are bringing this top quality spice. Anyone who wants to add a special touch to their cooking and for medicinal purposes. Market, oh. Our main local customer base are Samoans who love the traditional taste of siamu popo and tourists looking for authentic Samoan products, and also popular for weddings and birthday souvenirs. And internationally, we focus on the Samoans diaspora who crave a taste of home, and also for some niche market overseas. Also attended trade shows, and I've learned that there is a big market opportunity for my products. Oh my goodness. Now on to production. At the moment, everything is manually done from the husking and extraction of the coconut to the stirring of the coconut jam to the packaging. All of it is done by manpower, and our ingredients are sourced from local communities and farmers. I also work closely with the women communities in the villages for collecting the coconuts. For our packaging, currently we use reusable plastic containers and glass jars to package our coconut jam. We use the plastic containers for locals because it reduces costs so everyone can afford it. The challenges. Now let's talk about the challenges we are currently facing. The high demand and low production. Our coconut jam has a very high demand. However, as I said before, everything is done with manpower, and so we can't keep up with the demand. So machinery is needed to speed up the production. Limited resources. We rely on local plantations for our ingredients, but we are facing limitations in raw materials and workforce capacity. So without more resources, we struggle to keep up with our orders. Unreliable workers, sometimes the staff work ethic is not optimal, which could impact and cause inconsistencies in the product. So having an alternative machinery method of processing the jam besides manpower would be very helpful. These challenges highlight the importance of scaling our operations and securing the support we need to continue growing.
future plan. But we are not stopping here. In fact, these challenges inspire us to think bigger. We have exciting plans to expand our product line with more coconut-inspired products such as coconut flakes, charcoal, and firewoods. And for our Ceylon cinnamon, we want to expand to find markets overseas. So with your investments and mentorship, we can scale up, meet the growing demand, and introduce these products to even more markets and spread the flavors of Samoa. Time.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all the presenters from Samoa. We really want to finish in the next 20 minutes. So without any further ado, I call upon the director, Mr. Morris, to briefly talk about the agribusiness incubator in Solomon Islands before we get into the last three presentations.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister of Cooperative and Small Medium Enterprises, Manoa Kamikera, other ministers who are here, and especially my Minister of Agriculture, Solomon Islands, who is here with us. I'm proud he's here to witness this agribusiness competition. Technical advisor to the STOTUS project, Jenny Phoebe is here with us. Delegate is here with us, and other distinguished guests who are here, and especially my friend Ramesh from PAF, who had worked tirelessly to help us with this agri-business incubation. I think to be brief, this Pacific Agri-Business Innovate competition has helped us in our country. As the Honorable Minister has rightly alluded, we in the Solomon Islands, our focus now is we are embarking vigorously on SME promotion, small medium enterprise promotion, and by piloting this program, it helped us to get this business incubation program right in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And we have this opportunity to take this project, and I acknowledge my minister and the permanent secretary to give us the lead, the ministry to lead this incubation program. For us, I think we have put expression of interest, and we received a total of 16 candidates, and we picked 10. And then we did the bootcamp training for 2 weeks. And after we concluded the in-country pitch competition, we have finally selected the 3 candidates that they are here with us to present their products. I think that without taking much time, I think it would be interesting and to see that we have picked one from the kava industry, and the other from a food kitchen, and the other winner is a food industry, and we pick it from the Nadi tree, which is a homegrown tree in our country. So I think without taking much time, I would welcome them to come to the front and to present their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, and thank you for filling the shoes of the Deputy Secretary who wasn't able to be here in time. So I call upon Max Lazarus, the owner of MNEM Investment, to present his pitch.
Thanks, Ramesh. It's good to be back in Fiji. I'm a founder of MNEM Investment, cover processing. My field is agribusiness. And a Fijian taught me how to drink kava, and someone's taught me how to drink ava. Yeah. And when I went back, I take the thing with me back home. So as an entrepreneur, we like to solve a problem. Yeah. Going back home, we see that in the recent years, there's an increasing kava planting in the Solomon Islands, and we call it the kava boom. In 2019, come up, and many kava farmers are planting kava, and it's new for Solomon Islands, and less than a handful of kava processors and kava exporters. As the home of kava in Fiji, we know that kava is a very high value product, and we like to, when we focus on the post-harvesting, it gives us the quality kava powder. Yeah? So as I already mentioned, kava is a new agri product for Solomon Island and starting to gain popularity in half a decade ago. So in 2019, going back from USP, we started identifying clusters of farmers and identified them and bought kava from them. Yeah? In the Temotu, the Western Province, Malaita, Choiseul, Makiran, Central Province. We started buying kava from 2 kilos up to 5 kilos and increased to 200 kilos per month in the third quarter of 2024. That's for the domestic market in Solomon Islands. Our business, we dry kava. We buy raw kava materials and process that into quality kava powder products. As you can see there on the picture, it's 100 grams of kava. We supply only the domestic market. And we call kava product is South Pacific kava. This is the financial values behind the product. Yeah, as any other entrepreneur, we like to move strategically. Raw kava material leads to quality kava powder, yeah? And quality raw material leads to the quality kava powder, as we all know. We like to improve the post-harvesting through standard dryers. This one is an Indian company. Fijians use this. My friend at Heritage Kava, we communicate, do some networking. In the kava industry, networking is very important, yeah, for us Pacific Islands. So we communicate and find a way to acquire this one. This is a 13 panel, solar panel. It dries 1 ton per cycle. Recently, 2 months ago, we supplied to New Zealand. I have a partner in Auckland, which we supply him. He's a Kama Samoa. So see the network, okay, yeah? Although you in Samoa or Fiji, yeah, we have a spirit of networking. Yeah? So we supply the Auckland with 200 kilos and increased to 300 last month for the New Zealand market. In New Zealand, my kava partner further extract the kava into kava extract. So here you can see, here's a kava extractor. When it reaches this one, the idea is endless. Yeah, it's used to food industry. Yeah, so this is called a kava extract. That's what our New Zealand partner do. So our team, we promote the quality kava products locally, and we sold to the domestic market. And Yeah, we supply 3 kava bars in Honiara, 1 in Malaita province, and we have outlets in Malaita province, Makira, and most retails in the Honiara, east side, west, and central Honiara. So we like to promote the Solomon Island kava in style. If you been to Solomon Island and you have good memories, you take the Solomon Island kava, it will bring back good memories, yeah, when you're in Solomon Island. So if you want to know how the taste of Solomon Island kava, drink it and you will have recall back your memories when you are in Honiara or Solomon. Thank you, Thomas. To conclude, in this challenging world, climate change is an issue for us Pacific Island countries. No man is an island. Yeah, everybody is part and parcel of a continent. And Pacific Islands, we are a continent, whether it is sea or land. Yeah, so networking is very important. Thank you, FAO and the government of Fiji and the European representative for believing in us and creating a space for like-minded entrepreneurs in agribusiness, in agri-food system. So once again, thank you very much, one and all. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Max. Next is Susan. Susan is the owner of Marlow Kitchens.
Good fella afternoon, lo you fella everyone. Yeah, this is Marlow Kitchen. My name is Susan and I'm 39 years. First of all, I want to thank God for wisdom and knowledge. And thank you, Pacific Agri Innovate for this opportunity for someone with no education background. It was a great privilege indeed for someone like me to take part in this event. Marlow Kitchen was started in 28th of July 2020 as a food processing business project. Making ginger powder, turmeric powder, tomato, shallot, lemongrass, and cassava flour, but mainly cassava flour. By using only home method, those knowledge and skills are helpful for the women in the communities, urban centers, and local market, making the products from own fruits, vegetables, and crops. Marlow Kitchen located at Mount Austin, East Honiara, Guadalcanal, Solomon Island. Marlow Kitchen is food processor of local grown crops, fruits, and vegetables into a byproduct. It provides service for local household, communities, church events, and also to the local markets. Being in a least developing country, battling the cost of living in an urban centers with fast population, Marlow Kitchen try its best to at least make something out of this opportunity, creativity, talent she has to generate income for sustainable livelihood. Marlow Kitchen want to be a kitchen that provide mass production with good certification standard to a local and international market. In 10 to 15 years from now, Marlow Kitchen to be transformed from local setup to international setup with proper equipment and machines. Marlow Kitchen to export product in a local and international market. This is our team. I'm the founder and owner of Marlow Kitchen. This is our team. We consist of 17 workers, 3 full-time employees, and 14 volunteers. This is our product: ginger powder, turmeric, tomato, shallot, lemongrass, cassava, and even we run trainings for women in the community in our provinces. This is our finished products. Yes, this is our problem. We only use home method to process, and it takes times to do this, and it takes patience. This is how we process our product. Our monthly income statement, one day, 15 packets. Because of our homemade methods, we only use the stone bowl to pound our product. 15 packets, 1 week for 75 packets. 1 month, 300 packets. Price for the cassava flour, $15. Income for sales, 4,500. Expense salary for 3 full-time employees, 500 per month. Material, plastic, transport cost, our profit, revenue, and total expense, 4,500, 2,225, and the net profit, 2,275. Challenge and solution, access to finance, proper equipment and machine, weather pattern, building a good factory or facility, low capacity training, food certification, high cost of utilities, access to market information, cost of transportation. Inflation is the key factor that affects most of the small businesses in Solomon Island. The Malo Kitchen try to do things more economical in our daily service to cater for the demand of our customers. Some of the equipments are homemade ones. Malo tried to save cost and also sustain its business production and service by using those equipment with skills that we have. To main our business. Government assistance through fundings so that we can be able to purchase important machines and equipments for our products process. Food certification, organization, capacity building, and proper building setup for good processing. Those are key solution to address our challenges. Food security is essential for the livelihood of the people, and it must be prepared in a safe and healthy environment with proper equipments and has to meet the standard. Government to prioritize the agriculture sectors since it is the key sector that drives our economy. Agribusiness such as food processing, farming, and other downstreaming process should be the focus for the Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant ministries like Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Labor, and Immigration. More capacity building training to build the capacity of owners and those who have involved in the agribusiness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan, and apologies on the time. Last but not the least, Dr. Shane from Solo Agro Products.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji, government ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Shane Tutua. I am the founder of Solagro Products in the Solomon Islands. Solagro is a social enterprise, and it is established to be able to allow market or provide market access for women producers of nali nuts in the Solomon Islands. And nali nut is an indigenous tree nut in the Solomons, and it has very significant cultural, culinary, and nutritional value. And what we do is sorry. I need some help. Oh, okay. Okay, so what we do is we purchase nali nuts from our suppliers, and we value add them, and we produce these products like roasted nali nuts, mueslis, butter, pesto, and soap. And so these are some of the products that we are making. And now we wanted to produce, extract the oil and produce body products to tap into the anti-aging industry. So that's the direction that we wanted to go. However, we are limited to get into this direction because we don't have the funding or the investment, like the capital, to be able to buy more nali nuts and also train our supplier groups, because we don't buy nali nuts from anyone. We only buy from people that we train to be able to meet our standards. Yeah, so to produce new products and meet current demands of our products, Solagro needs to purchase at least 5 tons of nali nut in the short term. And so our solution is that we need investment of at least 200,000 Solomon dollars to purchase 5 tons of nali nut, 100,000 for training of our supplier groups, and 200,000 for product development. And we believe that this intervention will produce a turnover of about 800,000 at least per annum in the next 5 years to provide a sustainable income that will allow us to continue to buy more nali nuts from our supplier groups. Why we think that this proposition will work is because we know that 5 tons of nali nut is not a problem in the Solomons. We can source that or even more. It's just that we don't have the money to buy more. We have the technical expertise and also a support network that can help us. The market for body products is increasing, so we believe that it will work. And also we have an oil press that will arrive, be delivered to our facility today, and that's today. And so that's one of the reasons why we think that this proposition will work. And we think that the nali nut and the products that we will be making will sell because it has high cultural value, high culinary value, nutritional value, high in anti-aging properties, such as antioxidants, anti-inflammatory properties, the fats that cosmetic companies are aftering, like oleic acids, linoleic acids. And also we have little competition with nali nut. So we think that this nali nut has been and is and will be a very marketable product. We think that within 1 year we can achieve this, but probably maybe 2 years. Yeah. Um, who will implement this plan? We have in our team, myself, and we have a production manager, a production assistant, and a junior assistant, and also we have our agents in the rural areas that supply the nali nuts to us. In Baniata, Lokuru, and Ranoga, these are all in the western province of the Solomons. So in summary, we need money. And we think that the investment will be successful because we have the technical expertise, we have existing equipment, the infrastructure. The nali nut is a highly marketable product, and we think that we can achieve this within the time frame. And also we have a great, innovative and passionate team to be able to carry out this initiative. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Shane. And I think the message is very clear to all the ministers and the donor agencies, funders. It's loud and clear. Please support the presenters in your own country. And without any further ado, we just have got 15 minutes before we reach to the lunch area. Otherwise, they'll close the thing. So we'll just quickly give the prize money to the winners. So request Honorable Deputy Prime Minister to please come forward and present the envelopes to the 3 winners from Fiji, Apanisa, Shail, and Aseli. Please, can you quickly come? Shail, just stand there before, after all the other 2 have received. Thank you. Apanisa? Aseli? Aseli? Right, just all the 3 together. All right, and you hold this check. All right, okay. So that's 1,000 each. Yeah, only if you can give. Okay. Thank you very much, and I now request. Yeah, we can have it at the end after. Yep. Call upon the winners from Samoa and the agriculture minister from Samoa to do the honors of presenting the envelopes. The CEO of Strauss. Floris. Vicky. And Priscilla. Okay. Vicky. Priscilla. Priscilla. All right. All the three can go? And you hold it, yeah. Okay. All right, requesting the winners from Solomon Islands. And at this point in time, I'll request the Minister for Agriculture, Solomon Islands, to please do the presentation. Lazarus? Suzanne? Lazarus? Dr. Shane? All together with the check, please. Yep, all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that concludes the presentation, and I'll request all the winners to come forward, and FAO representatives, EU, and honorable ministers, please, if you can come in front and take photo with the winners. All the winners, please, quickly. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I take this opportunity once again to thank each one of you for participating in this. The lunch is ready. You just have another 15 minutes to take your lunch out before they close the restaurant. Vinaka.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can ask some of your colleagues to come in, we are about to start. And protocol officers, if you can encourage people in the lobby to come in. We will resume and the other colleagues will join us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can encourage people, kindly come in. If you can kindly help colleagues, remind colleagues in the lobby to come in. Protocol officers, can you help inform the people in the lobby to please come in? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for making your way in. We are almost 45 minutes behind time. So I encourage everyone that we should start, and the other colleagues will join us. So at this point in time, I will like to invite the Honorable Saaga Tula Tiafa, Minister of Natural Resources Development, Tuvalu, to kindly come to the stage and chair this section. Honorable Minister.
You can continue. I continue now. Yeah, this is, I just. Can you invite the speakers to come up? You want me to invite? Please.
All right, I will also invite to the stage Honorable Trevor Haley Mahagan, the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management, and Meteorology, Solomon Islands. Honorable Sekusa Tubunan, Assistant Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, Fiji, to kindly take your seat. Honorable Simon Kelepat, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Climate Change, Papua New Guinea. Sir, can you please have a seat? Yes, the Honorable Minister can come. And I will also invite Christian Nelson, Executive Director, Live and Learn. Kindly have your seat. And Mr. Jope David Tenevalu, Director of Environmental Management and Governance from SPREP, to kindly take your seat as well. Honorable Saaga, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sang Talutefa, Minister for Natural Resources Development, Government of Tuvalu. It is an honor to be the chair of this very important ministerial plenary on achieving the SDGs through a better environment. The plenary sessions organized on the better environment will showcase some of the relevant solutions, highlighting dynamic interplay between traditional agricultural practices and modern innovations in agroforestry, focusing on their pivotal role in enhancing resilience and ensuring food security in the Pacific Island communities. We will have two succeeding segments separated by a 15-minute break. Segment 1 will be the ministerial plenary session on building the Blue Pacific continent through a better environment. Segment 2 will be a technical plenary session titled From Canopy to Coast, Integrating Agroforestry to Resilient Pacific Agri-Food Systems. I know it will be a tough time for us immediately after lunch. It's going to be a tough time, and I hope that we will cope with us as we go along with this session. Now I invite Mr. Rusen Kumar to make presentation on behalf of Ms. Yao, FAO representative and sub-regional coordinator for the Pacific Islands, to represent the background paper on building the blue Pacific continent through a better environment. Rusen, the floor is yours. Given the interest of time, I will give you 5 to 7 minutes, please. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Senior Government Officers, Development Partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here to present the background paper, which will introduce one of the FAO's strategic framework known as Better Environment. The presentation is divided into 5 parts, and we will talk about the background and the chapter on why better environment matters in the Pacific, and some of the key bottlenecks in achieving the better environment. And we will also see the summary of some of the solutions which can help in achieving better environments. And we will also look at some of the way forward, which are highly imperative in nature to achieve such kind of impactful, better environment agenda in the Pacific. FAO Strategic Framework 2022-31 seeks support to support the 2030 agenda through the transformation of more resilient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food system for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. FAO Better Environment Program priority areas are supporting a number of SDG targets under goals 2, 12, 13, 14, and 15, which are life on land, life below water, reducing poverty, malnutrition, many other things, which are actually also contributing to the sub-outcomes of UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework in the Pacific. FAO's work in the Pacific underscore its commitment to safeguarding ecosystem while improving livelihoods, particularly in the vulnerable communities, which are heavily dependent on the natural resources. In order to promote sustainable environmental sustainability in the Pacific region and address unique challenges faced by small island developing states, FAO has formulated a number of tools, assessments, reports, and multi-country programming frameworks in the Pacific, where we have 13 member and 1 associate members. Better environment matters in the Pacific in the view of environmental degradation, disasters, multifaceted climate risk. For instance, the Intergovernmental Panel on the Climate Change, IPCC, report says that the sea level in the Pacific are rising at the 3.2 millimeter per year above the global average, which threatens the low-lying atolls like Kiribati and Tuvalu with submersion and displacement. This is very alarming. Coral reefs vital for food and income are also being damaged by the ocean acidification and warming water, causing coral bleachings. Increased droughts, floods are disrupting agriculture, worsening food security, while about more than 50% of the Pacific Island birds species are at this stage of extinction. So these are some of the challenges which actually makes us to think more about how we can take a better step in achieving a better environment. At the same time, there are several bottlenecks in achieving better environment functions. Key bottlenecks in achieving a better environment functions in the Pacific includes geographic isolation, limited access to finance, inadequate infrastructure, climate change, environmental degradation, lack of data, technical knowledge, skills, policy and governance related issues, market access, and trade barriers. Some of them are really critical in nature, which needs immediate attention, especially the data and real-time analysis related skills, which are really required to have a very informed decision on real-time basis. Solutions we are going to talk about some of the solutions which we have worked with the partners, and also we have, FAO has supported different member countries to establish in the recent past. FAO, as the technical knowledge organization, has been supporting members in overcoming these challenges. In the next few slides, we will discuss some of the examples. Considering the need to have a Pacific Biodiversity Mainstreaming Action Plan, APRC 36, which is Asia Pacific Regional Conference 36, which happened in Dhaka, recommended FAO to develop a regional plan to promote cohesive action on mainstreaming biodiversity across agriculture sector. Working on that suggestion, FAO developed a Pacific action plan and highlighted different kinds of biodiversity challenges across the sectors and helped in creating the coordination among various stakeholders and focal ministries. The Pacific Action Plan has addressed the biodiversity mainstreaming ground reality of the Pacific island countries and territories, highlighting various types of priorities which are highly significant and need to be addressed on priority. We have another kind of solution which talks about building knowledge, skills, and collaboration for regional and national biosecurity systems. Invasive species and animals have the potential to alter the ecosystem and affects ecosystem services significantly, which has long-term impact on the environmental security and the biodiversity. They also pose different kinds of threat to food and water security in the region, and they cause loss of productivity. With thanks to Australian government for funding support, the capacity building activities helped a number of Pacific members to acquire knowledge of pest identification, diagnosis, management, and weed biological control, and familiarize themselves with the international standard of phytosanitary measures and relevant to the forest biosecurity. The training developed hands-on skills through simulation exercises, which illustrated how countries would respond to a new incursion of the pest and diseases and what kind of tools and technologies can be used to prevent them. The another solution which I want to highlight here that we worked on different kinds of the testings which highlighted that targeted compost application will improve the soil health and productivity. Soils of the atoll islands like the Republic of Kiribati, Tuvalu, Marshall Islands have lesser availability of micronutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and available nutrients, micronutrients like copper, iron, and manganese, among many, which actually helps in having a good productivity. Through ACIR, IFAD, FAO, SPC, it was a joint project at some point of time in the past, and that helped in establishing the scientific basis that how much fertilizer has to be used, what kind of irrigation technologies has to be used, and it was one of the very eye-opening solution, and which is still relevant to the time. We worked on forest reference emission level establishment in Solomon Island and Samoa recently, and it has created a kind of a system where countries can see that how much conservation needs are required in their forestry area. This is also one of the solution which every country wish to have a kind of a reference level. They submitted to the UNFCCC, and based on that they can go for the setting up of their sustainable forest management target, and it also helps them in achieving a different kinds of funding support through the RED Plus activities. We also worked on improving the water use efficiency in atoll islands for water conservation and higher crops. Improving water use efficiency in atoll islands is essential due to their limited freshwater availability and also the impact of climate change. Atolls are often dependent on rainwater and shallow groundwater, both of which are increasingly threatened by the sea level rise and saltwater intrusion. With increasing incidences of droughts in the Pacific region, water management has become a very crucial, especially when water use impacts or interacts with the fertilizer use, and how we can improve the efficiency by combining the optimum use of fertilizer and optimum use of irrigation. That kind of solutions were provided for the atoll islands. some of the way forward, there are many other solutions which are listed in our background paper, which you can download from the QR code which was shown earlier, and we are also ready to provide that background paper which can be referred later. But I have just for the sake of time, I included only 5 here. The way forward which we see here is that it is evident that the Pacific nations faces numerous challenges from environmental degradation, climate change, and natural resources availability, which strains the local government's stability to address environmental issues. Though a number of tested solutions are available, the whole of society approach is required, and integrated actions are required for better environment, achieving the better environment and its productivity at the better scale, and also the bringing resilience in the society to address different kinds of shocks and challenges faced by climate change impacts. The future planning, programming, and investment shall focus on strengthening climate resilience, sustainable ocean management, transition to low carbon economy, sustainable land and coastal resource management, pollution control, waste management, enhancing food security and livelihood, capacity building, community engagement, strengthening regional and international cooperation, building resilience in water and food system, and promoting equity and inclusive development. These are some of the most promising and high level way forward, which we synthesized by analyzing different kinds of available reports from the region. Thank you very much. I will stop here, and thank you listening to me. There are many other solutions in our background paper. We encourage you to have a look on that. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Roshan, for the very. Thank you, Roshan, for the very informative paper. And I guess, and we hope that solutions are doable. Thank you. Just before we carry on, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we will now view a short video on some of the solutions on the better environment to set the context for our speakers. I request IT for their support to play the video, please.
The small island states of the Pacific are vulnerable to climate change and the impacts of development and unsustainable agriculture on their environment due to their size, remoteness, and inadequate capacity to respond to disasters and other environmental challenges. An integrated and inclusive approach for a better environment is the heart of sustainability and establishing a climate change resilience community through the implementation of climate-smart practices, policies, and programs. FAO works to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial and marine ecosystems and combat climate change through more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. FAO provided technical assistance to establish 58,000 hectares of forest conservation and protected areas in the Vanuatu, Solomon Islands. After their establishment, owners in Solomon Islands have been successful in selling their carbon credits. The FAO Training for the Forest Resources Assessment 2025 initiative helped 12 Pacific countries provide essential information for understanding the extent of forest resources, their condition, management, and uses. Forest monitoring and mapping is also vital to protection. FAO provided training on national forest monitoring systems to more than 50 officials from Fiji, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, and Vanuatu, helping them improve their capacity to map their forests using the latest techniques and technology. Protecting land can help both forests and farmers thrive. In the Solomon Islands, FAO and partners trained 200 farmers on sustainable land management in protected forest buffer zones. The farmers now use techniques that both protect the land and improve crop yields. FAO is also boosting sustainable land management through agroforestry. The Integrated Sustainable Land and Coastal Management Project in Vanuatu has benefited 2,450 households across 5 islands. Land management efforts have also led to the establishment of 5 forest protected areas in the Solomon Islands through a rapid biodiversity assessment completed through support from the GEF5 Integrated Forest Management Project. Better agricultural knowledge and skills also contribute to a better environment. FAO trained farmers in Kiribati, Palau, and Tonga on climate-smart agriculture, in addition to introducing soil management techniques. Soil testing kits were also given to all 13 FAO Pacific members to support precise application of fertilizers by farmers. FAO built sustainability in this work by collaborating with the Pacific Soil Partnership, which will carry it forward. FAO is also supporting environmental capacity in the classroom. The Solomon Islands National University established 2 degree courses in forestry and the environment with FAO technical support. FAO also helped develop the Agrifood Systems Climate Change Explorer to assist Samoa in navigating the impacts of climate change on its agri-food system. A healthy, thriving environment benefits farmers, food producers, and all communities in the Pacific. This better environment is key to achieving the 2050 strategy for building the Blue Pacific continent and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching the video, and I hope you get some useful information from that video. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our next part of the program, where we will hear from ministers presenting solutions for better environment in the Pacific SIDS. Here with me, I have 3 ministers, one from the Solomon Islands, Fiji, and BNG, to speak on 3 different topics. Our first speaker is Honorable Trevor Mahanga, Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management, and Meteorology on the Solomon Islands. I beg your pardon. The first speaker will be Honorable John Poito, Minister for Agriculture, Papua New Guinea. He will speak on advancing partnership through international, regional, and South-South cooperation for resilient Blue Pacific. Honorable Poito, the floor is yours. Kindly remind you that we stick to your time, 5 to 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from Papua New Guinea. The resilience and prosperity of the Blue Pacific are tied not only to our shared challenges, but also to our commitment to collective action. As we stand at a crucial crossroad, partnership rooted in international, regional, and South-South cooperation are vital for creating a resilient Pacific and helping each nation achieve its sustainable development goals, SDGs. Today, I would like to discuss how resource-rich nations can support fellow Pacific countries to reach their SDGs target, ensuring a sustainable and resilient future for all. First, let's look at international cooperation. Resource-rich nations hold immense potential to support Pacific countries in areas such as climate adaptation, clean energy, and sustainable economic growth. The technology, funding, and expertise available in developed countries can play a transformative role in building the Pacific capacity to achieve the SDGs. For example, nations with expertise in renewable energy can support Pacific Islands by investing in solar, wind, hydroelectric projects, helping reduce dependency on imported fossil fuels and enhancing energy security. Additionally, international funds such as Green Climate Fund can mobilize financially resources for climate resilient infrastructure, protecting our communities from the increasing impact of climate change. In the Pacific, achieving SDG 14, life below water, is central to our identity and economy. By strengthening international partnership, nations can help Pacific countries advance marine conservation, sustainable fishing practices, and ocean protection initiatives, technical assistance in developing marine protected areas, support for sustainable fisheries management, and invest in marine research will be crucial for preserving our unique ocean ecosystem. This partnership ensures that Pacific countries can sustainably manage their marine resources while contributing to global ocean health. Regional cooperation is another essential pathway to resilience. Organizations like Pacific Islands Forum, SPREP, CROP, agencies, and UN agencies like FAO allow us to tackle common issues such as agri-food system transformation, biodiversity, loss, food insecurity, and sustainable development. We should work towards developing regional framework for sustainable forestry, ecotourism, and fisheries, supporting both SDG 15, life on land, and SDG 8, decent work on economic growth. By working regionally, we ensure that progress in one country strengthens the region's overall resilience and economic security. South-South cooperation or collaboration among countries in Global South is equally powerful for building resilience across the Pacific. Knowledge and technology sharing among resource-rich and resource-limited nations created sustainable solutions that are adaptable to local contexts. For example, the Pacific can learn best practices from China, India, and many other countries in Asia on sustainable agriculture and fisheries practices to address the issue of ending hunger and poverty, SDG 1 and 2. These exchanges drive innovation and other tailored solutions that advance SDG goals, especially in food security and environmental protection. Resource-rich countries in Global South can also support SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure by sharing affordable technologies for building climate resilient infrastructure. For example, advances in resilient building materials, water purification, and digital connectivity can strengthen infrastructure across the Pacific, reducing the risk of coastal communities to extreme weather events and fostering inclusive economic growth. Financing partnership is key to achieving our SDGs. Resource-rich nations can help Pacific countries attract private sector investment and access green finance by contributing to blended finance models and debt for nature swaps. Healthier countries can provide the Pacific with sustainable funding that supports conservation, ecotourism, and renewable energy projects. For example, debt for nature swaps, where debt relief is exchanged for commitments to conservation of our Pacific nations, the financial Britain room to prioritize long-term sustainability goals. This not only strengthens our commitment to SDGs, but also empowers communities to protect and benefit from natural resources. Finally, achieving these SDGs requires a deep commitment to empowering local communities by supporting community-led projects in areas such as sustainable fisheries, climate adaptation, and ecotourism. Countries can help the Pacific to advance. SDG find solutions that are rooted in local knowledge and cultural heritage. This approach not only respects Pacific's values, but also fosters resilience by engaging those most affected by these challenges. Our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, has said in early October that PNG will not attend COP19 in protest, and I quote, "Our carbon footprint is minimal. Our carbon sinks, blue and green, are not being appreciated by those who are huge carbon footprint holders. If they are not paying us for conservation, why do we make up the numbers at that time? Why do we make up numbers all the time?" End of quote. This is due to laxity in big G20, G7 countries making commitments after commitments in all COP meetings and other global forums, yet in the SIDS nations, there is minimal investment in climate-smart agriculture and resilience support. Our culture and our way of life is at a crucial turning point. A holistic commitment to small island nations from larger economics is what we need going forward. Nevertheless, in conclusion, partnership fostered through international, regional, and South-South cooperation are essential for resilient Blue Pacific, but has to be holistic and practical. By leveraging resources, expertise, and partnership, we can collectively drive towards our SDG targets. Together, we can build a Blue Pacific that is prosperous, resilient, and beacon of sustainability for the world. Thank you, Thomas. Namibla Papua New Guinea, Hamamaslo Wok Boom Wantem Yupla. God bless Vinaka.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing those valuable experiences of partnership and cooperation for the resilient Blue Pacific. And thank you so much also for keeping up to the time. Thank you so much. Our second speaker is Honorable Trevor Mahanga, Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management, and Meteorology from the Solomon Islands. He will be speaking on the forest conservation, protected areas establishment, and carbon trade in the Solomon Islands. Mahanga, Honorable Mahanga, the floor is yours. Mindful of the time, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Solomon Islands and good fall afternoon for everyone. I'm greatly honored to join you today, and it is with deep respect to the wealth of intellectual knowledge and expertise present in this room that I present to you today on the theme, Building the Blue Pacific Continent Through a Better Environment. I will share the Solomon Islands experience, in particular our experiences with protected areas and carbon trade in relation to forest and ecosystem protection. Solomon Island is a home to some of the most diverse, both terrestrial and marine ecosystems in the world. Our forests are closely connected to our culture and heritage, and vital to our people's livelihoods and country's economy. As stewards of these lands, we have a responsibility to manage our resources sustainably, to protect our environment, and to ensure that the benefits of conservation are shared equitably with our communities, especially our indigenous peoples who have been the custodians of our lands. However, The forests of the Solomon Islands face severe threats from deforestation caused by logging, mining, and even agricultural land conversion. The Solomon Islands State of Environment Report 2019 underscores the urgent need to address these challenges, highlighting high deforestation rates and habitat degradation. A key part of our approach to environmental protection and governance is anchored on an enabling legislative environment. I will name a few key ones, which are: one, the revised Solomon Island Forest Resource and Timber Utilization Act of 2022. This revised legislation is a landmark step in our commitment to sustainable forest management. It includes a significant regulation that bans logging operations at elevations above 400 meters above sea level. This is not just a regulatory change. It is a clear and powerful measure to protect our highland ecosystems, which are rich in biodiversity, critical for water catchment, and essential for the resilience of our natural environment. This regulation is a win for conservation because it automatically safeguards 21% of all terrestrial areas and ecosystems in the Solomon Islands. By limiting logging in these areas, we are preserving vital forests that play an essential role in our ecological balance, our climate resilience, and our cultural heritage. This is not merely a restriction. It is a step forward in ensuring that the Solomon Islands can continue to offer benefits to our people while contributing to global efforts in combating climate change and preserving biodiversity. Another key pillar in our conservation effort is the Protected Areas Act of 2010, which provides the legal framework for establishing and managing protected areas to conserve biological diversity. This law enables us to set aside land and marine areas where human activities are managed in such a way that ecological integrity is maintained and enhanced. Another key pillar in our conservation effort is the Protected Areas Act. As part of this initiative, we are in the process of finalizing regulations for the Protected Areas Trust Fund. This fund will play a crucial role in supporting the long-term sustainability of protected areas, ensuring that they are not only effectively managed, but that they also provide tangible benefits to local communities, particularly the indigenous landowners. The trust fund will provide avenues for investment, creating an income stream that can support environmental monitoring and compliance, which are crucial to the conservation and management of these areas. This is a win-win model. It allows us to conserve biodiversity while generating meaningful financial returns that will directly benefit our people and the environment. The fund will also ensure that conservation proceeds can be reinvested in projects that have direct impacts on communities, from improved local infrastructure to capacity building and education. We envision a future where conservation success translates into prosperity for our people, especially the indigenous groups that own 80% of our land. In addition to these efforts, we have implemented a voluntary carbon trading system. Although we have not yet finalized our national policy on carbon trade, we are seeing the positive impacts of voluntary carbon credit schemes in certain communities. One such example is the Sirebe Tribal Association, which has engaged in carbon credit schemes and is already earning approximately 1.2 million per year from this initiative. This is a powerful example of how indigenous communities can leverage their traditional knowledge and resources to create new economic opportunities while simultaneously contributing to the global effort to reduce carbon emissions. The revenue generated from the carbon credit is not just about money. It's about providing the resources necessary to invest in community development, strengthen resilience, and promote alternative sustainable livelihoods. These earnings help support local education, healthcare, and other essential services, while also empowering communities to take greater ownership of their environmental stewardship. The Integrated Forestry Management Project under the FAO has played a crucial role in supporting these initiatives. The IFMP has provided direct and indirect assistance in establishing and managing protected areas. Their support has been vital in facilitating the process, offering technical expertise and securing necessary resources. As we finalize our policies and regulation on carbon trading, we are committed to ensuring that they are inclusive, transparent, and equitable. We want to ensure that the rights and interests of indigenous communities are at the heart of any carbon trading schemes, and that these communities are not only beneficiaries of carbon credits, but are also active participants in shaping the future of carbon markets. In conclusion, the Solomon Islands is at a pivotal moment in our efforts to protect our environment, enhance the resilience of our communities, and ensure a sustainable future for all. The steps we are taking in forest conservation, the establishment of protected areas, and the exploration of carbon trading represents a new direction, a direction that places both people and the planet at the center of our development efforts. We are committed to working closely with the indigenous communities, national and international partners and organizations like the FAO to ensure that our efforts are reaping benefits. With these few remarks, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Mahanga, for sharing Solomon Islands' innovative solutions building on community-led forest conservation incentives, which has multiple environmental and economic benefits for the people of the Solomon Islands, and solutions in which other interested Pacific Islands can consider to adopt. Thank you so much. Now we are on the third speaker, Honorable Sakiusa Tumbuna, the Assistant Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, and he will speak on strengthening climate resilience and disaster risk reduction for sustainable futures in Fiji. Honorable Tumbuna, the floor is yours. Mindful of the time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Ulubinak and I bid you greetings from the government and the people of Fiji. I've been tasked to speak on strengthening climate resilience and disaster risk reduction for sustainable futures in the Pacific Islands, relating to our daily experiences and exposure to a range of natural hazards of hydrometeorological origins, including cyclones, landslides, floods, and droughts. As one of the most disaster-prone areas of the planet, climate change is further exacerbating the magnitude and frequencies of some natural hazards. In the region, we are focusing on strengthening climate resilience, disaster risk reduction through effective responses and humanitarian assistance. Our leaders have set a strong foundation for a resilient Pacific. They have made commitments and agreements through the endorsed 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific, which provides a blueprint for our long-term resilient programs and development with thematic areas on peace, security, and climate change, and disaster, which is relevant to the work we are all doing at national and regional level. The Boy Declaration and Regional Security 2018 and Boy Declaration Action Plan 2019 have specifically mandated the development of regional coordination mechanism for further preparedness, response, and humanitarian assistance as means to mitigate such challenges we currently lack. The Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific, FRDP, our regional Pacific approach addressing climate change and disaster risk management. Successful implementation of this depend on the ownership and collaboration of governments and all stakeholders in the disaster reduction space. When unpacking the theme of this event, I recollect how Fiji was struck by 4 major cyclones, TC Herald, TC Asa, Category TC Ana, and TC Bina, in a span of 10 months, from the end of 2020 to 2021. Our Pacific Island neighbors, Tonga, felt the full brunt of a volcanic eruption accompanied by a tsunami in early 2022. Chain of disasters, among others in the region, brings to light the need for regional mechanism that is capable for supporting South-South cooperation in a timely and effective recovery. As part of Fiji's ambition for accelerated, integrated, and inclusive sustainable development, a national disaster risk reduction policy has been developed. This has been mainstreamed into policies, plans, and practices of government, which has allowed for greater investment in disaster risk reduction measures, which now enhances the resilience of communities and the move towards sustainable management of environment, which is now has saved the government millions of dollars. The effective management of disaster risk, including disaster preparedness response in a coordinated approach, is a priority given our inherent vulnerabilities to climate-induced natural disaster. There are other initiatives such as climate-smart agriculture, which is been undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture. In looking through the presentation that has been conducted for the last 2 days, one of the things that I saw that has been missing is the need to look at the people themselves, the social aspect, particularly when we are having, when you look at agriculture, there's no demand in the market, but on the other hand, you see that people are still not being induced to cultivate more. And perhaps maybe new strategies has to be undertaken in also addressing climate and also the natural environment that we are trying to protect. So in the slides that was presented earlier, community, capacity building, and I think perhaps that has to be one of the recommendation, is to empower our communities so that they are able to do things by themselves. From the experience that I've had, the most successful agriculture projects are the ones that empower the communities. A successful project which has been implemented in Tonga, the TRIP, the Tongan Rural Innovation Project, one of the very successful agriculture project. And of course, my Tongan friends can vouch for this, has been going on since 2011. Now, IFAD is providing more funds into TRIP 3. So that means the project has been quite successful. And I would urge each and every one of us to, when you're in Tonga, to visit what they have done. And that's the best agriculture project, which I think has been done in the Pacific to target communities so that they can protect the environment and also disaster risk and climate change, and ensuring that communities are also linked to the markets, and also addressing the security, the food security at the household level. And perhaps maybe those are the type of projects that we need to upscale. And of course, the Fiji government is trying also to look at that model and trying to emulate it in Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Level Minister Tubuna, for sharing solutions on strengthening climate resilience in Fiji. Now we move on to our reactions on the prepared questions. Our first speaker on the reactions will be Mr. Christian Nielsen, Executive Director of the Live and Learn Environmental Education Australia, and Chope Tavetani Valu, Director of Environmental Management and Governance from the SPREP. So, Mr. Christian Nielsen of the Live and Learn, the floor is yours. Please kindly remind you of your time, 5 to 7 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister and Honourable Ministers from across the Pacific, distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share some ideas on one of the big challenges that we have in the sector, which relates to how do we leverage on successful approaches from one country to another. So I think after many years of working across the Pacific, there's a lot of solutions to our problems. So within the Pacific Islands countries, we've tested a lot of ideas, innovations, and we have a lot of solutions to work with. The big challenge is how do we leverage successful solutions across the Pacific in these very diverse cultural and geographical environments that we're working in. I think there's a very strong distinction within the Live and Learn Network and probably also the broader sector between replication of a solution and scaling of a solution. So replication, from our understanding, is a multiplication of a particular approach or technology. It's a bit like if you have some water, you place drops of water in many different places in the ocean and hope that change will happen. Where scaling or scaling out, as we call it, is essentially an expansion of a solution. So it's a bit like dropping a larger amount of water and see the ripples come out into the ocean. From our perspective, we believe that scaling and scaling out particularly is the most effective method. We have not seen replication of technologies work particularly well across our network, partly because it often contradicts local context and what we've been talking about so much in this forum, localization and indigenous knowledge. Because you assume because one technology is working in one country, automatically it will work in another country. So that is a risky assumption to make. So we have to work through a scaling out approach. Now, in scaling out, there are three key questions that we usually talk about. And I was very interested to hear the Minister for Solomon Islands, because we are involved with the carbon project that he was referring to, and just scaling it up nationally is a real big challenge, because each community has got different cultural contexts, different tenure systems, land issues is also complex from province to province, etc. So this is not easy work. But three questions that really stands out is exactly what should be scaled out. What are we actually scaling out exactly? And how is the value add of that scaling out identified? How do we know that by scaling a particular approach, a tool, is valuable? And how do we identify that value? And then the final one is, through whom should scaling take place? And the three approaches that we have come up with, and we've received a lot of support from the Australian government for our Atoll Food Futures program, which we are also implementing in the Honourable Minister's country in Tuvalu. The three approaches that we are taking is having a strong focus of scaling out through leadership development. So we talked briefly about the Pacific having a huge resource of young people, developing young people into climate leaders and food security leaders is an amazing way of scaling out successful approaches. It's really important that an approach integrates with national policy. So it's no good if you have an approach in Fiji or Samoa, you want to bring it into PNG or Solomons, but it does not align with the policies of the government. So that interconnection with policy is really important. And a lot of NGOs that are working across the Pacific, they need to align with national policy, government policy when they implement development programs on food security. They have to be able to add value to these national policies. And an important one is trying to build on existing programs as opposed to always deliver new ones. So if you have a technology and you can link it into an existing program, it's often easier to really get traction and catch on. And those are some of the approaches that we have found particularly useful in the Pacific. Now, usually we are scaling our work through two different tiers. Obviously, if you have a technology, you need to protect the integrity of that technology. And often you also have to consider the gender sensitivity of the technology as well. How equitable is it? How equitable is the approach that you're wanting to implement? And another tier early on is that stakeholder management. So if you're working on a vertical basis, you have national governments, provincial governments, community groups, and communities themselves. You need to be respectful to chiefly systems as well as you are trying to scale out successful approaches. And then the second tier is probably the most important one from a sustainability perspective, is to make sure that there's connection between the technology and indigenous knowledge. So it's the idea of merging science with indigenous knowledge and making sure, and that is absolutely critical if an approach or technology is to sustain. You have to have that connection. And again, linking in to government or local systems. So that's just an overview of a very challenging dilemma that we've been facing, which relates a lot to the minister's remarks as well. We have, as I mentioned, received a lot of support from the Australian government to implement the Atoll Food Futures program. We'll talk a lot more about scaling in our presentation on Friday at 11:30 a.m. In the Gardenia room just outside. So that's Friday, 11:30 to 1 p.m. We hope to see you there and share a lot more of what we've learned through this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Live and Learn, for your thoughts on the topic that has been spoken out by the speakers. Our second speaker is Chope, Director of Environmental Management and Governance from SPREP. The floor is yours. Mindful, please, mindful of the topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And to Honorable Ministers and Excellencies and colleagues. I'll start off by reflecting back on the message by Dr. Manu Tupo, strengthening partnership, reminding us on the importance of partnership. And partnership is one of the way forward. And also reflecting back on the remarks by the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji in the dinner last night. Let's walk the talk. Let's walk the talk. And the question that has been prepared for us this afternoon on how can development partners contribute to the replication and expansion of presented solutions. Thank you for my colleague from Live and Learn, who have started on sharing some approaches that can contribute to sustainable approaches in the region. And if I may also bring back the Talanoa, one approach that is common in the Pacific, but Talanoa with establishing good relationship and also trust. When we look at how the partners can contribute to the replication and expansion of this assistance or support, looking at it from the climate change resilience. Yes, that is one of the bottlenecks identified by FAO in its presentation a few minutes ago. So when we unpack climate change resilience, what capacity programs that need to be established to progress this? To name a few: threshold capacity, coping capacity, recovery capacity, adaptive capacity, and transformative capacity. The question to us, are we all addressing this? This is something that we as regional organizations, development partners, and national governments should answer so that we can have a baseline in progressing our work in the area of climate change resilience. I want to bring back the approach on nature-based solution, the nature-based solution or ecosystem-based adaptation. This requires capacities in sharing knowledge and expertise and learning from other Pacific Island countries. As raised by Liverland, the need to share existing information among Pacific Island countries is vital. Another point that I would like to raise this afternoon is the strengthening of a science policy interface. Transformation to sustainable pathways to be rooted on science. The Pacific needs effective knowledge management. Cultures and populations are changing rapidly, and traditional and local knowledge is being lost. This is an area that where we need capacity building in. Been having a meeting earlier today on deep sea mining within the area or deep sea mining within international waters. The question to ask, do we have traditional knowledge around this area that we can push for and raise our flag on in order to push the Pacific agenda in this space? So this is another area that we need capacity building on. I would like to acknowledge His Excellency Ambassador Lutero. Thank you for raising the ABAS, the Antigua Barbuda agenda for SIDS. One of the elements that was raised in this agenda is the lack of data. Looking at it from environment perspectives, how can we strengthen this? Environment data has been a talk in most of the forums, regionally, nationally, and globally. I call on the leaders of national governments, environment ministers, agricultural ministers. Let us take the lead role in committing data management at national level in its planning process. Thank you to the Honorable Minister for Solomon in emphasizing the point on better forest management. Partnership is needed in the application of necessary environment assessment tools to support decision making. There is a work by SPREP in raising capacity for government sectors in understanding the importance of this tool. And hopefully next year, we'll go up to a political corridor to raise awareness on the existence of these existing tools that will support them in their decisions in developments within their respective countries. The One Health approach. I'm so glad that it appeared in a few slides, in the past presentations yesterday and today. Thanks to the quadripartite collaboration on One Health, which includes FAO, UNEP, World Health Organization, and World Organization for Animal and Health. A call and a request to FAO. With the existing work by the South Pacific Community and SPREP and member countries, how can we develop this through partnership with these development partners or development agencies in progressing One Health approach within the region. Two more points, Mr. Chair. Been hearing the criticalness of enforcement of existing environment laws in the past days. What about the capacity on enforcement and compliance? This is also another area, how it's through the capacity in enforcement of these environment laws that needs to be strengthened within our region. Environment standards. To answer the how, environment standards. Is it time for us to develop our own environment standards so that we have our national standards that act as a baseline for us to base our decision on? I leave that question to the floor. But through the work of some crop agencies, they are working with some member countries to strengthen this development of environment standards. And finally, Mr. Chair, if I may remind this honorable meeting that there are your committees that always stand by to work with you in progressing your strategies, environment strategies, and agricultural strategies that are endorsed by your government towards sustainable development. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much again, Mr. Chope, for your thoughts on the issues that we had discussed now. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the first segment of our program this afternoon. And I was forced to announce, to remind all of us, that after my closing remarks, we will break for 15 minutes and resume again for the next segment. We have now come to the end of this segment. It is been an honor to chair this session and a great pleasure to hear the solutions carefully implemented in some of our Pacific SIDs, and look forward to the opportunity to see those replicated and expanded to other interested Pacific island countries. All we understand our ability to replicate and expand good solutions depends on the availability of technical support and good partnership as dedicated resources mobilization. We are grateful to our development partners and look forward to continued support to the Pacific Small Island Development State to replicate and expand solutions to build resilient and adapt the impact of climate change. I thank you so much, the speakers and all the participants and all of you for standing together, sitting together as we progress this session. May I kindly ask all of us to put our hands together for the speakers and the presenters, and also to myself for this wonderful session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable ministers and senior officials for this very excellent section. We will proceed quickly to another segment. And then after that, we will have questions and answers from the audience. I'm trying to do this in the interest of time. And after the reflections and reactions from the floor, then we will proceed into breakout sections, and then that will conclude formalities for the day. And I'm also happy to announce to you ahead of time that the Fiji government is hosting a dinner tonight. So maybe that is a very good incentive for us to either go faster or take our time. So I will immediately invite a new set of panelists to come and take seats. And that will begin with Honorable Trevor Hadley Mega, Minister of Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management, and Meteorology, Solomon Islands. Sorry, sir, that I have to call you back again. And then Honorable Franklin Derrick, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Solomon Islands as well. And Dr. Antoine Ravel, from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Forests, and Biosecurity, Vanuatu. And the Honorable Lord Forge, the Minister of Agriculture, Food, and Forest, Tonga, to kindly come and take your seats. Roshan. And I would also like to invite some resource partner this time to come and join the honorable people. So that will be Mr. David Gardner, the Department of Agriculture, Deputy Secretary for the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Forestry, Australia. Sir, you can come. And Mr. Kandra Sameko, Director for the Pacific Island countries, IFAT. So I will now pass the microphone on to Honorable Trevor to deliver his welcome statement and take over the chairmanship of the section. Thank you, sir. So colleagues, honorable ministers and senior colleagues, when you are speaking, you turn on your microphone. But when you have done speaking, please switch it off completely because it interferes with the system. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to chair this session. Honorable ministers, senior officers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to chair this very important plenary segment. This segment will focus on from canopy to cost, integrating agroforestry for resilient Pacific agri-food systems. This session is mainly focused on integrated agroforestry solutions from Pacific countries which have potential to be scaled up in other countries. So let's listen to the speakers of this session. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Roshan Kumar, Forestry Officer for the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific Islands. He will be presenting the technical background paper titled From Canopy to Cost, Integrating Agroforestry for Resilient Pacific Agri-Food Systems. Mr. Roshan, the floor is yours.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Senior Government Officers, Development Partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm again here to present the background paper which will introduce FAO's integrated programs in the field of agroforestry for building resilient agri-food system in the Pacific. When we talk about agroforestry, we not only talk about the trees or the plants which are standing on the ground, we also talk about the all component of the environment and ecosystem which helps in sustaining and maintaining these plants and giving us food. The presentation is again, divided into 5 sections. We will talk about background, the challenges to integrated agroforestry Pacific in the Pacific, and some of the solutions. I have just prepared a summary of the solutions here, but again, there are many solutions which are listed in the background paper. So I will kindly request all of you to see some of the solutions in the background paper. In the studies, we did a lot of literature reviews and synthesis, and then studies suggest that in the Pacific region, traditional agroforestry systems are still the predominant production model, making up to 23.8% of the total agriculture land. The resilient and diversified systems, these are these enable communities to attain high level of food self-sufficiency and nutrition, even in the face of climate change. These are so important that every Pacific Islander has some kind of home garden or something they are doing in the backyard, which is a kind of an integrated model, which may be having two types of crops or livestock mixed or kind of a different kinds of model, but there are something there. Agroforestry got momentum in the Pacific regional action plans, such as Pacific Action Plan on mainstreaming biodiversity across agriculture sector 2024-2030, which was developed last year, and the 2050 strategy for the Pacific agriculture and forestry. There are different types of challenges to agroforestry, and especially the integrated agroforestry models in the Pacific. Despite offering tremendous socio-economic and environmental benefits in the Pacific Island countries, scaling up agroforestry faces a number of challenging situations, including limited land and water resource, impact of climate change and natural resources, market access, market volatility, and economic constraints, knowledge and capacity gap, socio-economic barriers, and also the policy and institutional barriers. Solutions are there, and as I said, we have listed some of them here. And here, the first one I'm going to present you that we tested in Vanuatu, and still it's going on. That is improving the productivity of coconut, taro, yam, sweet potato, agroforestry system. This is a combined system. FAO has worked on several dimensions of sustainable development, which includes through the science and practice in achieving demonstrable results. Biodiversity conservation, sustainable livelihood, and food security is important in the Pacific countries like Tonga and Vanuatu. Despite having a lot of natural disasters and getting ranked #1 in terms of the natural disasters, during the cyclone season in Vanuatu, nursery crops, environment, and other significant infrastructures were severely impacted and destroyed, which resulted in reduction of agriculture yield, livelihood, and ecosystem services. FAO supported integrated forestry model that integrates trees with crops, which are mainly, in this case, it was sweet potato, coconut, yam, and taro, and livestock at the same land that plays a crucial role in promoting biodiversity and conservation and livelihood, including the food security. Nurseries were set up propagating high-value tree species like sandalwood and Insta bijuga, contributing to the ecosystem restoration and biodiversity conservation. The project supported over 26,000 beneficiaries in all the affected areas. We have another model which will be talked in detail by Dr. Antoine Ravo. I will just touch upon that. There was another case we worked in last 5 years, that is integrated resilient aquatic agroforestry system, which combines water taro, shrimps, eel, and water stress. Water taro garden in Vanuatu faces several kinds of challenges, largely driven by environmental challenges and anthropogenic actions. The climate change has resulted in altered rainfall, salinity, and rising temperature. These are leading to both drought and freshwater availability, and also sometimes it creates flooding, which disrupts the water balance required for taro cultivation. By adopting innovations in taro garden, farmers can improve their yields, reduce climate vulnerability, and enhance livelihood. FAO supported project benefits nearly more than 31,500 inhabitants comprised of 14,827 female and 16,000, more than 16,700 males in Vanuatu. Actually, you can see that it's a good gender balance and the role of basically a role of women and in the agriculture. So a number of solutions such as improvement in the dike construction, cleaning of ditches, introduction of protective plants, integrated pest management, aquaponic systems, solar power pumps, traditional knowledge and practices were provided to strengthen the water taro garden productivity. And this is one of the proven model which is so resilient that even at the time of a twin cyclone, it was actually providing the food to the affected communities. We have another solutions which was already discussed by Chair Honorable Trevor. In Solomon Island, through the integrated forest management program, we established protected areas, and it is one of the classic example which is a pioneer in the land terrestrial forest protected area establishment using the forest protected area act. It is one of the bottom up approach which includes huge amount of technical, social and legal challenges, and overcoming those, setting up a straight rule and also convincing everybody about the land tenure system is a mammoth task, and that was achieved, which paved the way for different kinds of benefits. One of them was voluntary carbon market and the carbon trade, entering into the voluntary carbon, and how communities are getting benefit. Honorable Minister had just explained to that. So this is one of the classic example which other countries are also willing to implement in their forestry lands. We have another solution, which is building the capacity of youth, establishing forestry and environmental bachelor degree and laboratory facilities. In 2019, when I was there in Solomon Island, we realized quickly that the growing number of projects in the country are actually going to need a huge amount of a skilled human resource, and the university was not ready to cater those requirements. Ministry of Education, Ministry of Forestry, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, all the permanent secretaries sat together, and they had a deliberation on we should have a kind of 2 bachelor degree courses, and we should also have the training to the trainers and also the lecturers and professor in the Solomon Island National University. And we not only established the degree courses, but we also established the full-fledged laboratory facilities. That's a science laboratory and the herbarium and the computer laboratory for the land use and land cover and remote sensing and GIS-based analysis. Several types of interventions were done over there. And I'm very happy to say that this is one of the unique thing which is going to now produce at least 60, has the maximum capacity to produce 60 graduates over the 4-year period. So this is, and after 4 years, it will be like every year. So this is a great example which can help country to meet its human, skilled human resource requirement. Another last solution which I want to speak here is that we also provided sustainable land management trainings for the improved agriculture and agroforestry practices. I'm very happy to say that we have already here one of the development partner, Mr. Christian from Live and Learn. He was also very much integral part of this this training program, and his team also helped us in doing this through the Live and Learn in different provinces. In Solomon Island and also in Vanuatu, through different projects, we provided sustainable land management trainings to the tribes who are living in the fringe of the forest, in the buffer zones of the forest, so that they can better manage the buffer zones and not encroach in the protected areas or destroy the forestry areas. On an average, 30 to 40% of women participation was ensured, because considering the the role of women in agriculture. The recommendations here, doing everything, the recommendations came out that the agroforestry has the potential to significantly improve the landscape and environmental resilience in the Pacific. Special emphasis must be paid to the development and institutionalization of agroforestry policies and strategies, promote agroforestry as the production system, improve agroforestry monitoring tools, as well as the enhancement of driving forces such as quality extension services, processing and packaging facilities, market access, financial incentives, in order to scale up agroforestry and reap the maximum benefits coming out of it. Thank you very much for listening to me. I think I have taken a few minutes more. I'm sorry for that, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Kumar, for that wonderful background to the segment. Now we move on to the main speakers. We have 3 main speakers for this segment, and they are Honorable Franklin Derek Wasi, Minister for Agriculture and Livestock from the Solomon Islands, Dr. Antoine Ravo, Director of Agriculture and Rural Development, Vanuatu, and Honorable Lord Fohe, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries from Tonga. Now I have the pleasure to call upon Honorable Derek Wasi, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development, who will be speaking on agroforestry for Western Pacific agri-food. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change, growing population, and development pressure are increasingly affecting the agri-food systems of our beautiful small island developing countries, in the form of rising temperatures, longer periods of hot weather, prolonged droughts, and more frequently and powerful cyclones and extreme rainfall. Conversion of arable land and the mitigating the migrating population within our respective nations necessitate the need for innovative approaches to achieve a resilient Pacific agri-food system. Farmers in many parts of our region and islands are facing degradation of arable land, shortage of water, increased occurrence of pests and diseases, decline in crop and livestock productivity, and loss of yields. Consequently, the income and food security have been severely threatened. Accordingly, smart approaches to utilizing scarce land areas, including climate resilient land use practices, have become a critical topic. As such, agroforestry is gaining renewed attention and importance within global policy processes today, and it can provide many solutions to global challenges. Agroforestry can enhance livelihood in rural communities, increase food security and nutrition, generate income and alleviate poverty, help protect and sustainably manage natural resources and biodiversity, and build resilience to climate change. Despite its long-standing history and recognition of its benefits, there remains barriers in scaling up agroforestry for widespread investment, adaptation, and implementation. Broader support for agroforestry at both the policy and technical levels is required. Why agroforestry is important for resilient Pacific agri-food system? Agroforestry, as we all know, refers to land use systems and technologies in which woody perennials are deliberately used on the same land management unit as agricultural crops and or animals in some form of spatial arrangement on temporal sequence. In agroforestry systems, there are both ecological and economic interaction between different components. Agroforestry includes trees on farms and in agricultural landscapes, farming in forest and other forest margins, and also tree crop production. Agroforestry helps to diversify agricultural production and therefore reduce crop failure and food shortages or insecurity when facing climate stresses and pest and disease outbreak. Agroforestry also improves nutrient content and cycle of the soil, control soil erosion, ameliorate microclimatic conditions, and in many instances mitigate droughts. Clearly, agroforestry is an integral component of agri-food systems that includes production, processing, and consumption. Colleagues and fellow participants, agri-food system is a complex process needing the collaboration of everyone from policymakers to legislators to bilateral and development partners to people on the ground. For Solomon Islands, we recognize the important role of agroforestry practices in the grand scheme of the agri-food systems. And I would like to highlight some initiatives in the Solomon Islands that are helping to transform our agri-food systems at a community level. These initiatives are people-centered and good examples of both bilateral and multilateral partnerships between the Solomon Islands government and its development partners. The first one is one under the Japanese government, and it's called Sustainable Forest Resource Management, or SFRM for short, which was initiated in September 2017 in collaboration with the Ministry of Forestry and Research and funded by the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. So one of the Sustainable Forest Resource Management project pillar is community-based activities that targeted two communities. One is on Godol Canal and the other is in Malaita province. In its community, various kinds of activities have been implemented under the two main components. One is forest management, two is livelihood improvement, agroforestry, and other livelihood activities. Its benefits are community planted fruit trees and other food crops in just one plot land, unlike the traditional practice where a garden is only for a specific food or vegetables. They are planted in one block. The new approach is good because it allows them to concentrate on just a plot, and it saves time and effort while maximizing the yield on the same plot. In the garden, they plant tiki trees, mahogany, distances apart, and also pineapple and other root crops. Not far away was a chicken farm. It is run and managed by the young people of that community. This is as a good imitative as it helps the community dwellers to stay away from other unwanted social behaviors, activities in the community. Then down the slope next to the village is the site for selective cutting and milling. There they operate a Lucas mill whereby trees are felled distances away. They identify several trees in a zone before each tree is cut. This pathway is clear to avoid causing environmental damage to the environment. So after a tree is cut, it is then replaced with up to 5 trees. The second one is the STODAS project, which is known as EU-funded project, which is just introduced sustainable transformation of domestic agri-food systems. And it's implemented by strengthening policies and institutional environment in support of the national agri-food systems and transformation agenda, focusing on production, processing, marketing, and consumption. The third one is SOLCAS project funded under the Green Climate Fund, and it's implemented by the Save Children's Australia. Project is a partnership between the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management, and Meteorology, MECDM for short, and the Save the Children of Australia with funding assistance of 25 million USD from the Green Climate Fund. Solomon Islands is ranked 4th most vulnerable country in the world in terms of impact of climate change. Thus, the SOLCAS project was initiated to focus on community and school climate adaptation plans where communities and schools develop and implement climate adaptation plans. They also gain access to update climate information. Secondly, climate resilient livelihood where communities bolster their food security, improve nutrition, and enhance access to water. Activities support youth in communities to learn new skills that help increase the climate resilience of their livelihoods in the face of climate change impacts. Adaptive governance to strengthen institutions and ensuring inclusivity and responsiveness to community needs. This approach helps increase the ability of communities to effectively plan for and adapt to climate change impacts. It supports the government at the central, local levels to do better, support community level adaptation into the future. And the last one is youth empowerment where youth entrepreneurs develop innovative climate resilient livelihoods and are supported to scale their best ideas. Way forward to integrating agroforestry into the agri-food systems in Solomon Islands. One is partnership between the national government and development partners, inclusive of the donor agencies, local communities, research institutions, private sector, particularly those in the agribusiness space, and others with roles focused on one, providing policy support to the government agencies, two, capacitate our local communities to lead agroforestry implementation, training on invasive species management, and developing local bioeconomies. Thirdly, collaborate with research institutions to collect data, biodiversity, monitoring, and studying climate resilient agroforestry methods. Fourthly, assist the partnership, the private sector to create access to markets for agroforestry and bio-based products. Lastly, mobilizing resource with development partners and the private sector. In conclusion, from canopy to coast envisions a climate adaptive, biodiverse, and economically vibrant Pacific small island developing states. By focusing on agroforestry, bioeconomy, and biodiversity conservation, backed up by data and innovative financing, the project creates a holistic model for the resilient agri-food systems in the Pacific. Tagio Thomas, Inaka.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Wasi, for your presentation. Our second speaker is Dr. Anton Bravo, Director of Agriculture and Rural Development in Vanuatu. He will speak on establishment of resilient aquatic agroforestry systems by combining water taro shrimps, eels, and watercress. He will show the video and then make the presentation. So I'm requesting the IT team to run the video.
Welcome to Vanuatu, a tropical paradise renowned for its rich agriculture, abundant natural beauty, and vibrant culture. Today, we delve into the fascinating world of water taro and discover how it sustains the local communities as a very resilient system through natural disasters so they continue to thrive. It contributes to forest conservation and reduces land disputes in this tropical paradise. Taro, a staple crop in Vanuatu, holds deep cultural significance for the local communities. It's not just a source of sustenance, but also a symbol of abundance and unity. The key to successful water taro cultivation lies in efficient conservation of our lavished forests. Vanuatu's unique landscape and abundant rainfall make it an ideal location for water taro farming. But the preservation of forests will supply and regulate the essential nutrients and required water level for optimal growth and yield.
Taro lo wata taro no ma it's like taro lo wata taro they will look say or busista from se mi vele no kilim tu masut we look out by water itrai.
Farmers here have developed a sophisticated system of irrigation channels, carefully designed to distribute water evenly across the taro fields. This system allows them to regulate the water supply and prevent droughts. The controlled irrigation ensures that the taro plants receive the necessary amount of water throughout the growth cycle. This promotes healthy root development and lush foliage, leading to higher productivity and better quality harvests. The symbiotic relationship of the diverse organisms in the water taro farm also contributes to enriching the soil.
Something only live inside, we got water grease. We only stuff inside. When naura tu, only stuff inside. After namara itu, only stuff inside. After I got all these two or small pieces, only stuff inside.
Diverse plants within the gardens enhances the vibrant system to continue sustaining itself in the process. The art of the taro cultivation and irrigation is passed down through generations. Farmers work cooperatively to maintain and improve the irrigation infrastructure, preserving their cultural traditions and securing their livelihoods. As we conclude our journey into the world of taro irrigation in Vanuatu, we witness the harmony between nature and human ingenuity. The careful balance of water, land, and tradition enables the bountiful growth of taro in this resilient cropping system, ensuring the sustenance and prosperity of the people of Vanuatu.
This proposal to declare Water Taro Garden as globally important agriculture heritage system is funded by the Global Environment Facility through the Integrated Sustainable Land and Coastal Management Project in collaboration with Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the Vanuatu government and the communities of Vanuatu engaging in the taro irrigation system.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, it is honor and a privilege to present to you today the Water Taro Garden project for Vanuatu. This project is not only about agriculture, it is about the preservation of our culture, our environment, and our future. The Water Taro Garden is a living testament to Vanuatu resilience in the face of climate, social, and pest challenges, a solution that has sustained our communities for generations. The aim of this project is twofold. First, to preserve and promote the water taro irrigation system, recognize an agricultural heritage, and second, to harness its potential to support sustainable economic development through agritourism. By seeking recognition from the FAO under the global important agricultural heritage system, inspired to highlight the importance of this unique system to the world and ensure its protection for future generations. The Water Taro Garden is a holistic, nature-based farming system. It is deeply rooted in traditional knowledge passed down through generations, creating a system that works with and not against the land. The resilience of this system has been proven time and again, despite facing various challenges, including climate shift and pest threats. The system has thrived owing to its ingenuity and adaptability. The system is a model of sustainable agriculture built on principles that ensure the long-term health of our environment, conserve biodiversity, and safeguard our forest. This proposal goes beyond agricultural conservation. It seeks to integrate traditional practices with modern development by registering the Water Taro Garden as a wetland product with the Department of Tourism. We are creating an opportunity for agritourism where visitors can engage directly with our farmers and learn about our heritage. This not only provides a platform to showcase the importance of traditional farming methods, but also offers economic benefits to our communities that depend on water taro system for their livelihood. In Vanuatu, over 31,000 households will rely on the Water Taro Garden, and it spans 119 hectares with potential for expansion to over 1,400 hectares. This initiative has the potential to improve the lives of thousands, expanding its benefits across 10 islands of Vanuatu. By supporting this project, we are not only conserving precious cultures and environmental heritage, but also investing in sustainable food system transformation that will provide our own communities into the future. In conclusion, I ask for your support in recognizing the value of Water Taro Garden project for Vanuatu. Together we can preserve the invaluable resources, protect our biodiversity, and create sustainable livelihoods for our people. The Water Taro Garden is more than an agricultural system. It is a legacy of resilience, and with your support, it can continue to thrive for our generations to come. Thank you, Vinaka.
Thank you, Chef, for your interesting presentation of Vanuatu solution. Our third speaker for this afternoon is Honorable Lord Hoy, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Tonga. He will speak on the integrated agroforestry models for Tonga. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is very great pleasure to convey the integrated agroforestry models from Tonga. In short, I will be focusing on 3 areas. First, that the traditional agroforestry systems. Second, the agroforestry system from scientific research. And third, the current agroforestry systems in Tonga. The traditional agroforestry system in Tonga stem from the traditional bush fallow system with slash and burn of the forest and ring barking of huge trees, followed by crop rotation for at least 4 years. The rotation started with yams, intercrop with plantains and giant taro. And when yam is harvested, and for summer, taro is planted, and then followed by sweet potatoes, and then by cassava. At the same, fruit trees, coconut, breadfruit, mangoes, Pacific lychee, chestnut, etc. are planted. After 4 years of crop production, the land with fruit trees is reverted back to bush fallow. Food security in this traditional agroforestry system is cyclone-proof, since only the high-level tree crops are damaged, or drought-proof with only the shallow root plant and crops are damaged first. However, as the population increases and the ratio of land per capita decreases, then this traditional agroforestry system survives only in very few places of isolated islands. During the 1980s to 2000 decade, the tropical scientific research agencies in Africa, Asia, and South America recommended the use of legume tree species such as Leucaena, Clearicitea, etc., planted in rows and intercropped with food crops or pasture crops for livestock. The rows of legume trees are trimmed periodically to provide green biomass, organic fertilizers to the rows of crops or pasture production. The soil fertility is sustained by the nitrogen from the root nodules of tree. Legumes and green biomass added for the crop production to be continued non-stop. However, to date, despite the years of campaign and promotion with many outreach trainings of farmers and rural communities, plus the many demonstration sites, the adoption of this scientific agroforestry system by farmers in Tonga is negligible. So the question is why? Why the the current agroforestry system found in 90% of the rural farmers in Tonga is a semi-subsistence farming systems. This is an integrated system of coconut and fruit trees at the top level, then plantain, papaya, citrus, etc. at the next level, and then kava, vanilla, and fig trees, paper mulberry at the next level, and then pineapple, root crops of yams, taro, sweet potatoes, cassava at the lowest level. Similarly to the traditional agroforestry system, the food security is cyclone-proof and also drought-proof. But what is extra with this system is that the rural livelihood security is this system is also market variation proof with its diverse range, short-term to long-term cash product. Therefore, the current agroforestry system in Tonga have food security and livelihood security that is cyclone-proof, drought-proof, and also market variation-proof. However, the ministry is currently promoting mucuna, a grain legume, and Clearicidia for vanilla support tree to be integrated into the system for soil fertility maintenance. This is the agrofood forestry model recommended from Tonga, and integrated diverse layers of coconut and fruit trees, plantain, papaya, citrus, kava, vanilla with Clearicidia, pineapple, root crops with mucuna and Clearicidia, with secure food supply and livelihood against the increasing cyclones, drought, or market variation. Therefore, Chair, distinct delegate, I wish you all the best, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sharing the integrated agroforestry model from Tonga. Now we can give the opportunity to the representatives from our development partners to get their reactions on how they can contribute to the replication and expansion of the presented solutions. And so it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. David Garner, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, the Government of Australia, who will speak on the Australia's experience. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to begin by thanking the ministers on the panel today for their insightful comments and their observations. So in responding, Australia is committed to working in partnership with Pacific countries to establish, manage and sustainably use forests and forest resources with the aim of improving livelihoods of smallholders and communities by enhancing sustainable land and forest management and by fostering economic growth through legal, sustainable and value-adding forest industries in developing countries. So the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, which has just been referred to, operates a number of forestry programs in the Pacific with a focus on building skills and capacity in forest restoration, advocacy, project management, and market research to empower smallholders, forest-dependent communities, non-government organisations, and the public sector. It also has a focus on identifying product and market opportunities part of Australia's recently announced $3.4 million voluntary contribution to the FAO, we have committed over $450,000 to support efforts to identify and address data and information gaps relating to Pacific Island food security and agriculture, and which we will discuss in more detail tomorrow. So these funds will support FAO to invest greater resources in Pacific data collection and analysis, which will aid in the development of better solutions to regional challenges, including forestry. Forests cover around 17% of land across Australia, ranging from old growth eucalypt forests in Tasmania to the tropical forests in the far north Queensland region. The vast majority of our forests are native, with only 1.4% of commercial plantations. Aside from timber production, Australia's forests provide a range of valuable ecosystems services such as carbon sequestration and storage, soil and water protection, and habitat for our rich biodiversity, including wildlife, as well as providing aesthetic, recreational, and spiritual value for Australians. Australia's forest management is guided by the principles of ecological sustainable forest management, which includes supporting biodiversity. Australia's approach to agroforestry recognises that environmental, social, and economic objectives are not necessarily at odds with one another, and that responsible land management means integrating different land use goals. International dialogue on halting land conversion is currently very focused on that dichotomy between natural forest and agricultural production, and compartmentalization between the two. Systems that mix both get less attention. An example of this is Australia's approach to cattle grazing within natural grasslands and woodlands. Australia features expanses of semi-arid land with relatively sparse woody vegetation. These are mosaic landscapes, not dissimilar to those found in Southern Africa and parts of the Americas, and some of their biodiversity stems from having vegetation in various states from open grassland to closed forest. Fire, drought, soils and climate have all contributed historically to shape their diversity. Grazing livestock within such semi-natural landscapes represents an alternative to straight-out clearing and conversion to pastures for intensive production. The focus isn't exclusively management for biodiversity nor productivity gains, but rather a mixture of providing benefits spanning multiple objectives. So for grazing animals, you can have shelter belts and a source of fodder during drought. For farm productivity, water and soil retention benefits, and for biodiversity, a retention of native species and a diversity of vegetation states and structures. Australia's approach is informed by our unique landscape, and whilst the outcomes are consistent with what farmers want to achieve in Pacific countries, the way that these outcomes are achieved will differ. Importantly, as mentioned yesterday by the Fijian Minister for Trade, there is no one-size-fits-all. Farmers must implement practices that are context-specific and consider unique environmental, ecological, production and social circumstances. So it is essential that as development partners, we do not try to prescribe a particular practice, but rather Pacific solutions must be consistent with Pacific conditions to ensure sustainable Pacific outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for sharing the insightful information. Ministers, esteemed officials, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of this second segment. It has been an honor to chair this session and a great pleasure to hear the solutions successfully implemented in some of our Pacific SIDS, and looking forward to the opportunity to see those replicated and expanded to other interested Pacific Island SIDS. As we conclude this insightful session on agroforestry for a resilient Pacific agri-food system, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished presenters for their enlightening contributions. Their expertise has shed light on the critical role that agroforestry and aquatic agroforestry systems play in enhancing the resilience and sustainability of our agri-food systems. Today, we have explored innovative approaches and practical solutions that can transform our agricultural landscapes, from integrating trees into farming systems to leveraging aquatic environments for food production. These presentations have highlighted the multifaceted benefits of agroforestry. These systems not only improve food security and livelihoods, but also contribute to environmental conservation and climate resilience. Our discussions have underscored the importance of adopting agroforestry practices that are tailored to the unique needs of the Pacific Islands. By promoting biodiversity, enhancing soil health, and optimizing water use, agroforestry can help us build more robust and sustainable agri-food systems. The insights shared today will undoubtedly inspire us to take concrete steps forward towards implementing these practices in our communities. As we move forward, let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and share knowledge. Together, we can harness the potential of agroforestry to create a more resilient and prosperous future for the Pacific. I encourage all of you to take the ideas and strategies discussed today back to your organizations and communities. and to work collectively towards our shared goals. Thank you once again to our presenters and to all of you for your active participation. Let us remain committed to advancing agroforestry and ensuring the sustainability of our agri-food systems for generations to come. As we all understand, our ability to replicate and expand good solutions depends on the availability of technical support and good partnership as a dedicated resource mobilization. We are grateful to our development partners and look forward to continued support to the Pacific SIDS to replicate and expand solutions to build resilient and adapt to the impact of climate change. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, honorable ministers and senior representatives. I now ask you to take seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say that we are running behind time. We were supposed to have about 50 minutes to engage the audience to see if you have questions that you would like to raise. But because we are behind time and because the honorable minister has closed the section, I can't. I cannot reverse what the minister has done already. So he closed and make the section. I think he did it be in the interest of time. So what I would say, we have coffee, should be out there, coffee break. But because we are behind time, I would say grab your coffee and then you go to the breakout sections. And for the breakout sections, you will, hopefully we can finish ahead of time so that you can have time to go to your room and drop your bags. So I should announce to you here that tonight the Fiji government, the Deputy Prime Minister is hosting a dinner. The specifics will be announced in your breakout section rooms in terms of venue and any other details that you need to know. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Go out and grab a cup of coffee. And then the breakout sections, we are using the same rooms that you have just used. So breakout section number 1, the title is Creating Disaster Resilient Food Systems, and it's organized by the Ministry of Agriculture of Vanuatu, Tanan Coffee, and the FAO Emergency Management Center. It will be in Gardenia Room. Breakout section 2, the title is Navigating Uncertainty, Customizing Climate Information for Agri-Food System Solution. And the organizers are the Australian National University and Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization and the University of Tasmania. It will be in the Frankenpanning Room. Then we have the third section. The title is Approaches, Solutions to Avert, Minimize, and Address Loss and Damage from the Impacts of Climate Change in Pacific SIDS. And this is organized by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and FAO. It will be in the Orchid Room. And then the fourth section, the title is Agrochemical Management in the Context of the Rotterdam and Stockholm Conventions, Challenges and Solutions from the Pacific SIDS. The organizers are the United Nations Environment Program and FAO. And this will be in the Rara Room. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Go and grab a cup of coffee and then you choose the room that you want to go to. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. A big applause as you go.
That's it. That's his right. So it's each bound. So we're really arranged. No, that's it. Very well. But that's still not. I don't think it's. It's still not right. Masih sisa lagi. Tahu umur barang. Pengen. Masuk sana gitu tinggal. Masih nasi. Tahu. Sedih panas kita langsung gitu. Kalau mau ini surat kotor panas. Karena untuk bikin sesuatu ini seperti ini di antara presentation this year. So it's affordable SIDS solution.
Geographic isolation and distance from global markets. These markets, this makes them uniquely vulnerable and reduce food, water security.
I haven't seen any of the aspects.
Hazards, exposure, and vulnerability generate impacts and risks that can surpass limits to adaptation and result in loss and damages. We experience in the Pacific the loss and damages from natural disasters like cyclone and floods, and the slow onset events such as drought, sea level rise, coral bleaching, and ocean acidification. Loss and damage is highly sensitive and political issue under the United Nations National Convention's framework on climate change in FCCC. And I want to acknowledge the role of the Pacific SIDS in driving the progress of loss and damage in the UNFCCC, which has been instrumental. It has been instrumental, including on the establishment of the Warsaw International Mechanisms on Loss and Damage and the most recently established Loss and Damage Fund. Across the range of approaches or solutions to avoid, minimize, and address loss and damage from climate change, there are gaps in mitigation and adaptation, as well as disaster risk reduction, emergency preparedness, and anticipatory action, response and recovery, including and overall risk and impact management across and within systems. Actions to avoid, minimize, and address loss and damage requires all society, multi-sectoral, and a comprehensive and integrated approach across local, regional, and national levels. The approach should be provided through the partnerships and sequenced financing across climate change, action actors, humanitarian, development, civil society, women and youth, as well as public and private sector. I look forward to hearing the presenters and speakers in this session, especially on the suite of approaches and solutions that we'll hear that is supporting Pacific SIDS to avoid, minimize, and address loss and damage from the impacts of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those very inspiring words that will frame the discussion and the presentations that will come. We will now move to the next segment of this breakout session. We have a number of speakers.
I'm sorry.
Originally, you had 10 minutes, but in the interest of time, and I know it's running late, and we don't want to disappoint the government of Fiji, they're hosting the dinner. Can I ask that you cut your presentation to 5 minutes? That way I'm sure you can talk quickly, giving some time for more discussion later. So the first presenter, I'm privileged to invite Mr. Amin Shadini, who will speak to us on a topic on disaster risk reduction. He is the Program Management Officer for UNDRR in Suva. The floor is yours, Amin.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe we can just. Okay, great, thanks. Good evening, everybody. Honorable Minister, colleagues, very pleased to be here and briefly discuss about the what's UNDRR doing globally and in the Pacific on damage and loss. My name is Amin Shamseddini, Program Officer in UNDRR Pacific, based in here, SUA. Yeah, it's actually the contents that I'll briefly go into that. I'll first start with why recording damage and loss, and then about this inventory on the new damage and loss tracking system, Santiago Network, and Sendai framework for monitor. Understanding disaster risk is actually very essential component for any DRR act, and it's a foundation of any data-driven decision making. Without it, we cannot make a resilience community, resilience infrastructure, and we cannot have an effective early warning system. And a big part of this understanding risk is related to damage and loss. There are lots of applications for that. I can just list some of them, from strengthening understanding of the impact to risk financing, risk-informed development, and also in early warning as well, particularly on impact-based early warning. Actually, almost 2 decades ago, when I started my career, it was started with as a volunteer for collecting damage and loss data. And in that time, we assumed that, with the new globally agreed framework and tool, we'll soon be able to have a very great data source of damage and loss, which use the unique and unified methodology globally. But it's actually not happened. But the things that we learned in the last 2 decades is some lessons and some gaps that we faced with the current system, this inventory, MDAT, and all. Oh, sorry, I forgot to move. Yeah, and as you can see here, this inventory it was established over 3 decades ago, and since then over 100 countries actually start using and put data on that. It was promoted by UNDP and ISDR or UNDRR so far, and you can see some of the output for Pacific I got. Here I have summarized a table of what's available in that system for Pacific. You can see the number of data cards in different countries in Pacific, number of deaths, and so on. This one, it was a good effort because it could collect, in addition to intensive risk, extensive risk as well. So it's very well fit in the small countries, like countries in the Pacific. But it also has lots of actually limitation that during the time we realized. One was, for example, it was unable to, with details, record the hazards. Also, it was not very well designed to capture slow onset disaster and non-economic loss. Here in this slide, you can see some of the output about the deaths and the houses destroyed and damaged in the Pacific. You can see, for example, in the tropical cyclone was the biggest cause of deaths, and the earthquake and volcano was responsible for destroyed and damage. To address this limitation, UNDRR jointly with WMO and UNDP developing a new damage and loss tracking system to be replaced the old disinventor. And still, I mean, it's the way we are calling it, new tracking system, but the name, hopefully we can find a good name for that soon. And as you can see in this slide, there are some main reasons that we think we need to have a new system. Some of them I already mentioned, but we have more complicated risk because of climate change and socioeconomic changes that happen so far. And also, in the last 3 decades, we have lots of progress on data management and digital work. So the new system is essential to get best of it. In this slide, you can see the structure and the main component of the new tracking system. As you can see in the left, we have a hazardous event. Basically, we are using the hazardous event catalog that's recently developed by WMO, and it's as a kind of global standard for recording hazard. And then we have the damage, loss, and disruption in different sectors. And the last part is some baseline data, including demographics, some maps. So with all these things, we have exposure, vulnerability, and hazard data, and also the actual damage and loss that happens. So it gives us a good package of all parts. Okay, I'll also briefly talk about the Santiago Network for Loss and Damage. It was established in 2019 during the COP25, and it's a component of Warsaw International Mechanism for Damage and Loss. And it's basically the main goal is to connect developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to climate change with providing the necessary technical assistance, knowledge, and financial resources. And actually in COP28, UNDRR and UNOPS actually selected to be host as a network secretariat. As I mentioned, it's the connecting the dots, capacity development, knowledge exchange, facilitating access to finance and stakeholders. And I'll pass this one. Yeah, the last part is about the Sendai framework. It's very well-known framework among disaster community, but might not be very well-known in agriculture sector. It's designed for 15 years from 2015 to 2030 and actually try to shift from managing disaster to managing risk and have 4 the platform can help feeding these 4 targets. There are 3 other targets that need to be increased. You can see in the right side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amin, for a very informative presentation. I think if I can ask everyone just to hold your questions until the end of the presentation. So I now invite Ms. Catherine Jones to come to the podium. She will be speaking on anticipatory action. Catherine is the Disaster Resilience Officer at the FAO Regional Office